Oh, sorry, we're on live stream now. You look very nice. Oh, there you go. You look very good for suit.
We try to bring a little respectability to this group, you know.
Yeah, if you'd like to look at it, go ahead. I'll listen to this for a while. Ask her if she wants to.
If it mutes, click on that.
Hi Shirley, can we have you mute your mic here, Shirley?
You got it.
Yeah, we need to keep you off the radio there. Yeah.
I want to get that background that Pierre had last meeting. I don't know how she did. How'd you do that, Pierre? Hi.
It was through Microsoft Teams.
Oh, okay. I'm on GoToMeeting.
Yeah, I don't quite know this platform as well as I know Teams.
Okay. I'll try it during the executive session.
All right, everyone, we are live on YouTube now.
I don't see George yet. What about Becky? Is Becky on?
I don't see her.
Yeah, I don't see Becky on yet.
Hello?
There he is. Hello, George?
That looks like they're on here.
Hey, Linda. Hey, Pierre. Am I muted or are you?
I'm muted. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Linda, are you
I'm
muted?
muted. No, I'm not. Hi.
And there's Amy. She's all ready.
Ta-da!
We'll see how ready you really are.
Oh. But it's really good to see everybody. Hello.
Yeah.
We are having possibly snow here tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah, kind of crazy. Like
Wow.
being back in winter.
Uh-huh.
In
Hey,
Maryland?
Deborah.
Yeah, there's
You're
some
expecting
weird,
snow in Maryland?
yep, there's a possibility. There's some
Arctic
weird,
vortex. Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Wow.
Maybe it'll kill the virus.
Kill the mosquitoes is the best goal.
Yeah.
They seem to know I'm fresh blood.
Don't you have to drink bleach to kill the virus?
That is true. There you go. Yes.
Huh.
Now you have to inject it.
Oh,
Oh,
that. Oh,
Yeah.
Becky's not on yet?
Hi, can you hear me, Jack?
I hear you.
All right,
Are
let me
you
see if
on?
I can get my camera to work.
Push the button.
Hello, Ian.
Hi, Dr. Gamble. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, Ian. Hi, Deborah.
Hi.
Hi, Amy. Hi, Tony. Hi, Pierre.
Okay. Becky's not on yet, but she's on audio. I
I'm
believe.
on, I'm just trying to get my camera to work.
Okay, well, while you're working on that, let's get started.
Okay.
We have a quorum, at least as far as I can see, we do. Let me welcome everybody to the special meeting of May 8th, 2020. I'd like to start by just doing a remembrance for our service personnel and veterans across the globe, particularly those who are World War II vets. As we may know, today is the 75th anniversary of VE Day, May 8th. So we want to recognize all of those who have and continue to serve our country. Item 3 is we have an agenda in front of you. Are there any changes? If not, we'll take a motion.
Motion to, what's the motion, Jack?
To
Approve the
adopt
agenda.
Oh, yes. So
Second.
moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Item 4 is public comments. Do we have any public comments?
There were no public comments that were received within 24 hours in advance of this meeting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
A little
that.
trouble. That is,
There were no public comments that were sent to me within 24 hours of advance of this meeting.
Okay.
all right. Thank you, Audrey. Then,
I have a question there. I have a question about public comment. So there's no way the person can get on to this webcam and make a public comment?
No, they were supposed to send the comments to me, email them to me within 24 hours. And that was on the
And so
agenda.
That was in the notice?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
thank you.
Okay, I also have a question. How was the public informed about this meeting?
It's on the website, and it's also in the New Mexican.
Okay.
This is Becky, and if I can add, the instructions for accessing the meeting are also published with the notice for the meeting.
So that would have been in the newspaper.
Yes.
Okay.
any other questions on public comments? Hearing none, we'll go to item 5, which is closed session for the purpose of discussion of bargaining strategy, preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the policymaking body and the bargaining unit representing the employee of the policymaking body. Pursuant NMSA 1978-10-15-1A. Discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations. And for the purpose of discussion of limited personnel matters pursuant to NMSA 1978-10-15-1-8-2. Also discussion of the possible elimination of certain positions or programs. We'll take a motion to move to closed session.
Move to closed session.
Second?
Motion and second, Audrey, would you call roll?
Chair Sullivan?
Okay, now we have to go through
Are
this
you on,
process.
Audrey?
Yes. Can you hear me? Chair Sullivan?
Audrey?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Lost Audrey.
You can't hear me?
So we close this one down.
Right.
Okay, we have to go into closed session on a roll call vote.
Chair Sullivan?
There we go.
Yes,
Vice Chair Gamble? Secretary Pugh?
Audrey,
George, that's you.
Member Quintana?
Yes.
Member Siegel?
Yes.
Okay.
did you get everyone?
Yes, thank you.
Motion carries. We'll adjourn to closed session. And you have the instructions for that. At the completion of that, we will return to the open meeting for item 6, which will be consent agenda items, and then item 7, which will be action items.
You know, I
Thank you.
can't find, before you adjourn, I can't find the link to the close. Oh, never mind. Here it is. Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
See you later. Bye.
Here they come.
Says quantitative data must be presented in tables or figures. Qualitative data can be presented in narrative form, tables, or visual diagrams.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. See, I heard Jody. There's Linda. And Linda's finger.
Brave new world.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
Hey, the Public Health Department just did an order this morning allowing dentists to reopen.
I saw that. That's good.
Yeah.
There was a really interesting conversation last night in the mayor's meeting about restaurants and how concerned they are about even social distancing within a restaurant and the risk of contagion.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. I mean, you know, all these things that I know nothing about, you know, I learn a lot from those.
Well, so you said that the mayor said he'd want, or someone, that they don't want to open as soon as the governor might want to open. Not
There were a
open.
number, there were a number of people from the city and the county that were going to talk to the governor about going slower on the reopening because they don't feel like we've hit the numbers that we should have hit. And they're really worried that what's going to happen. I believe what he said was that we would open too soon and then have a big contagion. And then we'd be back in the hole for another 60 days.
Yeah. Who knows?
I don't know. There certainly are diverse opinions across the state, though.
Aren't there?
Oh, yeah, I hear a
I'm
totally different side sometimes. Like, oh,
Like your old stomping grounds.
oh yeah, they, you know, man, I think it's way safer here.
Huh.
Seriously, they don't think there's any, you know, they only have like 25 cases or something, but no one does.
Right.
People, it looks like business as usual.
Jack, I'm here. I don't know if you can see me.
I see you here.
Okay.
I'm waiting for George.
I'm here.
Okay, George is here. What about
Yep.
Jody? I don't see George, but I don't hear Jody.
I see
I'm
her
here.
title on the phone.
Who's on the phone? Who's on first? Well, and like I said at the beginning, maybe we can declare this VE Day, except we'll very soon be able to declare it VC Day, you know, victory over coronavirus. So that
That
might
would
be
be
helpful.
nice.
Yeah. Where's Jody? Jody,
So you still can't see me?
No?
I still can't see you, George.
Okay.
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you
Okay.
fine.
I hear you. Turn on your camera. There, I see you.
Okay, there.
Yep.
Okay.
Oops. Says Jody Q has left. Come back, Jody. Don't leave yet. The fun is still to happen.
Maybe she's trying a different format or something.
Yeah, I think she's got, Los Alamos has 10 ways of doing things, so she's got other options.
Is Mason out there? Okay. Hey, Mason, at some point, do you mind giving me control? I'll just let you know when I'm ready. Yay, thanks.
What kind of control does she want?
I know. It's just,
I don't want any, I promise, I don't want any control.
It's like a certain elected official who wants the authority but not the responsibility. Is that it, maybe?
Yeah.
You know how that goes.
I want neither. I'll just make
Sure.
Excel spreadsheets. That's all I want to do.
It looks like Jody's back.
Jody is back somewhere.
There she is.
hey, Jody.
All right. We see you. All right, can you hear us, Jody? Because we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
I don't think she hears us.
You can't hear us either. You can hear us?
Okay, we can't hear you.
But we can't hear you, Jody. Push the mute button.
She's trying to talk, I can tell.
I don't know.
It's nice to see everyone's living rooms or kitchens or wherever you are.
Yeah, I'm in the garage.
Gosh.
In your suit.
Yeah. That's how I work on my car.
Where are you, Becky?
In my living room.
Here?
My
Where?
office at home, my home office.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's-
Jody,
The library.
we can't hear you. Jody, do something. Say something. No, we can't hear you.
I thought I
I know I hear you.
Go.
No.
Not yet.
Okay, she's gonna come back. Mason, are we on YouTube yet or no? Okay, Jody's coming back. Let's try it again. There she is. Jody, it says that your audio is muted. Camera's working okay. No deal. We're losing you.
Hello, Jack. Can you hear me? This is Jody.
Yay!
Yay!
Hey.
Hallelujah.
So my phone is unmuted, but apparently there's a command. Apparently there's a command *6 that you have to do to unmute.
I'll try to remember that.
Sorry. Yeah.
I think I
Okay,
needed
I'm
to know
ready.
that yesterday afternoon.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or-
Yeah. Crazy, but I'm here.
Okay. Since, all right, good. We have a quorum and we have everyone back. So let's reconvene the meeting. Somebody's phone is ringing.
Oh, sorry. How do I do that?
Okay, I'll need a motion to come back. I'll need a motion to come back into regular session
So moved.
where we only discussed
Second.
the items on the closed agenda. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. I heard 3 ayes.
Hi.
Linda, you're muted.
Aye.
4. 5.
Hi.
Okay. Motion carries. We're back in regular session. Item 6 on the agenda is the approval of the minutes of the work session of February 26th, the regular meeting of February 26th, the special meeting of March 30th, and the work session of April 22nd. Are there any changes to any of those or corrections to any of those minutes?
I have 2. On the
Okay,
work
which one?
session, on the work session for 226, Vice Chair Gamble is referred to as Secretary Gamble on the last page. And the same is true for the work session minutes on 422.
Ho, ho, ho.
Okay. Yeah, he used to be the secretary, but we promoted him. All right.
Yeah. You got a promotion.
I would also, on those minutes,
Okay.
I don't know, the work session or the other session, but under history of pathways, there's an interesting typo. It says potions available, and I think it was options available. If you just move the P, you transpose the O and the P. We don't have any potions available.
Okay.
Not yet, anyway.
I think that was on a work session, wasn't it? Was that a work session?
I'm not sure. It was either the work session or I'm not sure. Or the regular.
Okay.
But it was
Well, let's
Okay.
Okay.
the regular. Which one?
Yeah. Under history of pathways.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Let's take a motion for the approval of the consent agenda with the amendments that mention that Secretary Gamble will be Vice Chair Gamble, and mention of potions will be options. Does that work?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Motion made and seconded for approval of the 4 minutes listed on the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Audrey, for the minutes. There were a couple little typos there, but they're not worth getting excited over. Let's move to item 7, which is action items. And the first one is the approval of the financials February, March 2020. Mr. Tejas and Ms. Tilly. Don't be bashful, just jump in there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and everybody joining this call. If I could ask Amy Tilly to pull up the financials, it would be really helpful. I think she's able to drive, right?
I am waiting for my driving. It's coming. Oh. Okay.
So under our new normal, an interesting situation, because I don't know if board members are looking at their packets or on the screen, but we're going to share our screen with the members and the public here. And in front of you, we're asking your approval for the financial reports for February and March. I'll briefly touch on February because our financial reporting is really cumulative, so the most recent information is the most important. So I'd just like to point out the highlights in the MD&A for the month ended February 29th, 2020, and reported to the board today. At the end of February, we had a cash balance totaling $13.5 million in our operating account. In the prior year, we had $11.2 million, and that is a year-to-year cash increase of $2.3 million. Just wanted to point out that the mill levy cash evened out by the end of this last February in reference to that legislative change that really kind of made some stark differences in our January and December financial reports. Tuition and fees at the end of February were down a little less than 1% and totaled $6.6 million, and that's a decrease of about $13,000 from year to year. Local mill levy appropriations revenue was $13.8 million, and that had gone up by 5%, and that had also gone up by $684,000 to the prior fiscal year 19. And state appropriations revenue, $7.3 million. That's an increase of 11% and an increase of $708,000 to the prior year. If you look at total ING revenues with all categories, they're up by 1.4 million and up 5% at the end of February. And on the expense side, expenses were up by 2.3 million, 11%, totaling 23 million. 11% is a little high for February. And under the next bullet point, you'll see that it's due to compensation being up 14%, which is also a pretty high number. Compensation was up 2.2 million at the end of February, but that's only because this year we had 3 pay periods in January, and last year we had the 3 pay periods in March, so it's really a timing issue. So with that, I'd like to move on to March, which we all know things abruptly changed in the month of March, altering the way we do things in all of our lives. And so I wanted to point out on here that under the financial summary, I just identified an alert. I didn't want to sugarcoat or just gloss over the ramifications in the month of March, where we had the public closure from our governor and our college. In here, the stock market declined in the month of March 28%. The federal government had to issue relief emergency funding of $2 trillion, as many of us know. The real problem that surfaced in March was the decline to oil and gas revenue to the state, which basically funds education in New Mexico in a lot of ways. And that's going to affect our situation as we move forward from March forward. If you can just scroll down, Amy. At the end of March, we had an operating bank account balance of 13.5 million. And that is compared to 9.3 in the prior year. That's an increase of 4.2 million. And it's due to the efforts that we've been making and make sure that we shore up our cash reserves. A lot of it has to do with the change in the mill levy rates. And then also with the increase in state appropriation revenue for this fiscal year. At the end of March, we had tuition and fees down 2%, and that's total 6.6 million, and that's a decrease of $132,000. Mill levy appropriation was still up by 5% and up by the amount of $676,000. State appropriation revenue totaled 8.2 million and increased 10%, and by the amount of 770,000 from year to year. ING revenues in total up by 1.3 million, total 5%, and total almost $29 million. If you can keep scrolling down, in this report, I just kind of identified some of the different areas of the financials that have been impacted by our COVID situation. You can keep scrolling down, Amy. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but this shows the chart that we expect to see our cash balances meet our target by the end of this fiscal year at June 30th. If you can just keep on scrolling to revenues. Just to point out a couple things. Oh, go back up a little bit. I'm sorry. So due to the situation in March and COVID crisis and virus-related issues, our enrollments for academic year 21 are definitely expected to decline substantially. We'll talk about that on another one of our forthcoming agenda items, but tuition and fee revenue will be reduced for fiscal year 21, and it's very likely to continue into fiscal year 22. But at this point in March, because of the timing of when the college receives tuition and fee revenue, most of those things were paid prior to the COVID pandemic situation. And so that's why for this fiscal year, tuition and fee revenues haven't been impacted severely. If you can keep scrolling down, Amy. At state appropriations revenue, the sudden economic decline has resulted in communication from the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration that during the upcoming June 2020 special legislative session, we're going to have all arrows are pointing towards us being receiving a decrease to our current state appropriation. So basically our state monies that we planned for this fiscal year will be decreased by about a little over $180,000 for this fiscal year, which was unexpected, but that's because the state is subject to dealing with a near $500 million revenue shortfall for the current fiscal year that we're in, with only this month in June remaining in it. So they're going to ask us to basically plan to not spend the full amount they appropriated to us. So if you can keep scrolling down, our local revenues haven't really been affected by the sudden pandemic. But I think with the high unemployment rates that we're seeing, this is likely to be affected, not in this fiscal year ending June 30th, but in the upcoming FY21 fiscal year. So if you want to keep scrolling. And if you can just scroll back up to expenses, you just scroll past it. Right there. As you can see from this chart, most of our expenses occur in the instruction area. About 50% are in that category of our budget. 10% are in academic support, and 10% student services, and about 18% in institutional support, 12% plant operation maintenance that we now call facilities and operations. So at the end of March, ING again, expenses were up 5% and up 1.3 million compared to 24.3 million at the same time in 2019. Most of those increases there were related to the compensation of 5% pay increase for this fiscal year. And it's also good to keep track of where we are in the year. March is considered about 71% of the entire fiscal year complete. And at this point in time, we had spent 69% of expenditures. So those budget actuals are on track. One thing that is going to be very challenging moving forward, our new normal of what we're faced with the virus, is our auxiliary services. Since we've closed the campus around mid-March and we haven't opened up since, our areas of our college that really rely on generating their own revenues have been really challenged. And so this is a pretty high risk to the budget in the new fiscal year. And in here, I just have included a few charts on the historical trend of what's happening with auxiliaries. First chart, the light orange is representing the bookstore revenues, and the darker orange is food service revenues at the end of each fiscal year, where you do see that the bookstore early on in 2015 was really subsidizing the food service operation, but that subsidy really has declined. And now that last year, both auxiliaries were underwater, basically meaning they're generating net less than zero. They're going to require large subsidies moving forward, and so we'll talk about that in our budget adjustment under that agenda item. But the next slide shows that the red line is expenses, and this is showing that our expenses in food service over the years have been over our revenues, and that's pretty self-explanatory there. The way that we've been able to manage our auxiliaries, next slide, for bookstore. Our bookstore's revenues had always been more than our expenditures there. And so together combined, those two areas had been in the black, but it had under normal circumstances become more challenging for that. And so that is why, things are going to be very challenged moving into FY21. With that, I can answer any questions that the board may have in either the MD&A or the financial report.
Nick,
Questions? Go ahead, Kim.
on the March report, you reported, I want to say it's on page 3 of the March report. Let me go back. You described the reduction in tuition and fee revenue at 2%. Were these the 8-week courses that were canceled, or the 8-week courses that were coming up, or was this something else?
Yeah, as far as I know, we had canceled the second 8-week courses.
Mhm.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and so we did refund some folks for the tuition that was paid there. And I think that that's why you see our tuition and fee declining more than what we saw in February. In February, it was just a real small decrease, but it's kind of gotten larger in March, but due to that area. We also had some cancellations in our continuing ed too, where because of the closure, those courses couldn't take place, so we had to refund some folks there.
Okay, and were these courses that didn't have enrollment, or was it due to the nature of the course having to be in person?
I'm gonna let Margaret turn that over to Margaret.
Board Member Quintana, it would have been both. So there were some classes that would have been canceled due to low enrollment. The majority of them probably were classes that could not run because of also because the hands-on component we couldn't do because campus was closed.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Amy, if you could go to public service, I did include one thing that I should point in here, right here, where I had been requested to provide some background information on the higher ed center in terms of more of a detailed illustration of our HEC and some of the overhead that's related to it. I'm working on a report that we can get to kind of detail out the revenue and expenses. At this point, I didn't have access to that type of report yet, but we've added in here some of the overhead related to our utility bills, custodial and supplies expenses that take place at HEC. And so it adds on to the deficit that you see there when you start to look at the overhead.
Thank you for doing that, Nick.
Yeah, I still have a little work to do. I need to add in some OIT expenses as well. I haven't been able to get there yet.
So I have a quick question. How much are we going to have to pay? How much in dollar amount are we going to have to pay the state back? Or are they going to take it out of our next check, or do we know?
That's Board Member Spiegel, Mr. Chair. That's a complicated question because I think there's some legal issues to it, but I would imagine they're just going to hold back that 10% from the last 2 payments. And for the public that's listening on this call, SFCC receives its state appropriation over 12 months. So the total appropriation is provided by 12 months, and that's what we receive. So I think that with our May and June payment, they'll just be reduced by 10%, I think. But,
And
what's that dollar amount?
it's about 100 and, you have that number, Amy? It's about 183,000.
Yeah.
$180,428.
Thank you.
You can tell us again, Nick, why they're taking that money back?
The state is faced with their own, because of the oil and gas issue, where oil and the price of oil has decreased to a level we hadn't seen in forever. In fact, in March, there was some futures sold for that went into the negative for the price per barrel of oil. So the oil and gas commodity has just been devastated due to a lot of different things, primarily COVID, but also with Russia and OPEC fighting added on to it. And so it's just been the perfect storm for oil and gas. The state budget really depends on that money to function. And, you know, that's where we get our appropriation from. So in this fiscal year for F20, which has 2 months left, May and June, the state is trying to fix a revenue problem where they need to come up with about $500 million in 2 months. And so that's why they're reducing what they are issuing to SFCC and higher ed and other areas in the state budget. In FY21, the budget that, you know, the board is going to discuss today, for FY21, the state is dealing with a $1.5 to $2.1 billion revenue problem, which is an enormous amount because Linda, Board Member Siegel, you may know the exact budget total, but it's the budget that was approved for FY21 by the state was a little over $7 billion. And now they're going to have to come up with $2 billion. So,
7.6 billion.
I knew you would know that. And so, I mean, these are huge, enormous numbers that that have to be corrected.
Is this clawback $180,000 per month or for the fiscal year that we're currently in?
It is for 2 months.
For 2 months.
Yeah, for
So
2 months.
And do we expect another 180,000 in the last 2 months of the fiscal year?
You kind of broke up there, so I lost you for a second.
Do we expect that they'll also claw back 180,000 in the next 2 months?
Well, they'll claw back half of the 180, so 60,000 or a little over that for May, and I'm sorry, 90,000 for May, and then about 90,000 for June, and then our fiscal year's over. So that's all they can really do. But that will be decided in the June special legislative session.
Thank you. Other questions for Nick? If not, do we have a motion?
I so move.
I second.
Okay, this is approval of the financials for February and March of 2020. Motion and second. Those in favor, is there any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. Motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Let's go down to item B, which is the approval of the budget adjustment request, also known as the BAR, not that kind of BAR. Number 1 for fiscal year 2020.
And is this going to be the PowerPoint now at this point?
I think so.
Okay. Becky, you ready?
Okay.
Ta-da, there you go.
Okay, let's get down to the
screen's moved here.
Okay, so I'll just kind of tee it up and then I'm going to let Amy walk us through the details of what we're going to request for the bar. So you can see the differences in tuition and fees where we've had a slight reduction in what we're collecting for tuition and fees. This shows that there's really been minimal changes so far in the local appropriation and so far in the state appropriation, although we know that that is getting ready to change. But that does incorporate that $180,000 that we have not officially been asked to give back yet, but we have been asked to prepare to give it back, which is an odd situation. Okay, next one. So the tuition and fees have been revised downward by $200,000. You can see what the basic assumptions there were. So the adjustment from the original 36,000 with it. Okay, we're back on the other one.
I'm sorry, there must be a lag a little bit in what I show and what it
Yeah,
gets.
I think there is a little bit of a lag. That's okay. So the tuition and fees have been revised downward by about $200,000. That loss in revenue that Nick explained to you, some refunds, definitely in continuing ed, we had to refund almost all of that last semester's money. And then the 10% reduction to the last 2 months of our appropriation. The mill levy has remained steady, and the budget, for the budget dollars not utilized for the compensation study, they've been put back into the budget. We'd had a little over $800,000 that we had been setting aside for a compensation study. And so that will be transferred to Exhibit 17, which is for public service and then also for the cash reserves. There's our lag. Okay, so you can see there you have the original budget number, the 36,878,000, and then that the adjustment is by the 833,346. And Amy, correct me that all of that is from the comp study the comp study that we had set aside.
Yeah, this 833 is the comp study.
Yes,
And that
is from
comp
that.
study is basically helping, those monies being swept is helping supplement what we need to do for public service and for auxiliaries. And then the remainder, along with the excess fund balance, is moving over to cash reserves. And this is the transfer to cash reserves.
Okay, so there you can see the transfer, the $395,000 that we'll need to transfer over from a subsidy from ING to correct the deficit that was in the public service exhibit. And then originally we had money that there were no dollars were allocated to Exhibit 18 for the bookstore and food services. But because of the COVID closures, we're going to have to move $317,000 from ING to cover the shortfall in the auxiliaries. So I can't see the last part because I have a bunch of icons over it. So feel free to.
And that last part is just talking about moving this excess fund balance and the remainders over to cash reserves as we need them.
So that our cash reserves ends up where it needs to be able to close out this fiscal year. So that pretty much covers the bar. Amy can answer your questions. And then we do request approval for that.
Questions on the budget adjustment request number 1. There will be others.
Can you pull that back up?
Yeah, and let me pull up this other part. I'll pull up one of the worksheets. Hang on one second. And this will be the only bar that we'll have for this fiscal year. When we go into the new fiscal year, we'll have multiple bars, more than likely. So here's the user-friendly version of it. Let me know where you want me to go, Linda.
Go down some more. Okay.
And for Mr. Chair and board members, And for this agenda item, we're only asking you to approve the financials budget under, it's colored in blue under the FY20 column.
Right.
This maintains, this bar maintains our 3% balance that we're required to have. So you can see that is perfectly balanced out.
What is that 2,500 for firstborn?
That is the reduction in firstborn because of the state reduction, because the firstborn is a RPSP dollars.
Oh,
If we do
yes.
that reduction, we have to lose that $2,500. The reduction is happening for everybody, SBDC for us on that one point. And I can show you the detail on that.
So they are going by line item then, because that was a special $150,000 appropriation.
Yep, and that's how they've done it. So here you can see that cut happening. And hang on a second, let me scoot this over so you can hear.
So they're taking it out of nursing and.
Yep.
Okay.
So you can see that all the way through, all the line item appropriations are all having a cut on them. And it does amount to basically a cut of 1.67% of our fiscal year 20 funding.
So it's not just at ING, it's the whole, it's all.
Yep, exactly. So obviously we concentrate so heavily on ING because that's where everything is at, and that's where the 180. But because we transfer out of ING the 150,000 for firstborn, that is also, that's where that cut, that transfer is $2,500.
Right. Okay, I don't have any questions.
But the large percentage is ING because it's 160 some thousand out of the 180. Go back to that chart again, maybe.
Sure.
If you would.
Sorry.
It's 166,770, I read, is under ING.
Actually, it's a little bit more. It's all of this is out of ING, and along with the nursing expansion is out of ING too. So the total that affected directly to ING is $177,928.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hope I haven't made anybody car sick yet in my driving.
Any other questions on the bar? Seeing none, how about a motion?
I move that we approve the budget, the May budget adjustment.
I second it.
Motion and second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Agenda item C under action items is approval of the FY 2021 compensation schedule.
I'm not sure what to pull up for that. Hang on, I'm sorry, I don't know what to pull up. Okay,
It's
I've really
okay,
gone
I think I can. Let me
on the
just
bad drive
grab.
and really. Go ahead and talk, Nick. I'm working on pulling it up. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared on that one.
Yeah, no, I got it here.
Okay, good.
Mr. Chairman, Board President Rowley, every year when we approve our budget, we bring forward a compensation item for the board to consider, and really because of the situation that we're in for FY21, there's really no changes to our compensation schedules. The only changes that we're recommending for essentially the schedules that we'll put together and be utilized for FY21 is an adjustment to the living wage level. Santa Fe County did increase their living wage to $12.10 per hour. And while the college isn't required to do that because we're a state entity, the college has always participated in the spirit and importance of that. So we're just recommending that the compensation schedules reflect the increase to the living wage. And that's it, really.
I have a question, Nick. This is Pierre.
Yes.
I noticed that grade 7 has a lower minimum than grade 8. Is there a reason for that?
Grade 7 has a lower minimum.
It says 12.15 for grade 7 at the minimum on the hourly column on page 2, I believe that is. And then on the annual side,
It's on between 7 and 8. I can see it. It's a typo. We will fix that. I'm sorry. That's my
Looks like they're just reversed.
the same is true on the annual side as well. The minimum for grade 7 is higher than the minimum for grade 8.
Yes, that would translate over. So I made an error there. I apologize. We will correct that. The minimum for this one they will go up 5 cents on there. So I will work on correcting that and we'll bring that next time around. Sorry for the error.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to see if that was intentional or not. And then I didn't notice anything else that I had a question on.
Nice catch.
Good catch.
Promise we wouldn't do that one. Stay out of grade 8.
Just to clarify, this is not the compensation schedule for faculty, correct?
That is correct, Mr.
This is only for staff.
The only ones that we have in your packet are the schedule for staff. We have a schedule for adjunct faculty, which isn't going to change from this current fiscal year to the new fiscal year. And then also our miscellaneous wage schedule.
And is there, we had a comparative compensation study that was in process. Where is that and how does that relate to any of these numbers?
So, Mr. Chair, Board Member Gamble, really with the financial circumstances that we're in, and the fact that we really haven't been able to move forward on that compensation study due to transitions in our AHR office, we're basically going to have to put that in the parking lot. And so the money that we earmarked this fiscal year is going to be basically going to our cash reserve balance. And we really can't fit it in at this point into our FY21 when we're going to be dealing with so many large decreases to our revenues in the new fiscal year. A compensation study just doesn't fit at this point. And it's sudden and we didn't intend to happen, but we have a new situation that we're going to be faced with in the new fiscal year.
So did we spend some money already on that compensation study? And is it just a matter of abeyance? And is that going to be something that a year from now or something will produce results?
Mr. Chair, Member Gamble, I think it is obviously high priority for the college to address that compensation study event. But, we're in a crisis situation now in the next fiscal year, and it's likely to continue into the following, and maybe even 3 years down the road is what some of the experts are saying. So we will keep that as an important thing that we want to get to, but at this point, we're not in any position to be able to do that.
Right. Thank you.
Other questions on the compensation schedule? If there are none, we'll entertain a motion to approve the schedule with the correction pointed out by member Quintana.
So moved.
I second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Aye.
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 Motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item D, under agenda item Roman numeral 7. That's approval of tuition and fees for fiscal year 2021.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're asking that you do approve this agenda item as a result of the economic impact and the sudden sharp decline in revenues for the new fiscal year, FY21, beginning July 1. And we're really asking for this increase to tuition and fees due to trying to shorten the decrease in revenues. As you know, in the past, we had been basically assessing a distance online fee of $25 per credit hour that basically tops out at $75. And so we're proposing that distance online fee is discontinued, and essentially we increase the student tech fee by the amount of $8. Currently, the student tech fee is $2, so increasing it by 8 is of course $10 per credit hour. Additionally, tuition is proposed to be increased by $1. And as you know, we charge $48 for in-state, in-district per credit tuition, and we charge $60 for in-state, out-of-district tuition per credit hour, and for out-of-state, we charge $143 for out-of-state students per credit hour. We just want to increase $1 to each of those categories, and the new rates would be $49 per credit hour for in-state and district, $61 for out-of-state, in-state, out-of-district, and $144 for out-of-state. We are also requesting that the service fee gets increased from $7 per credit hour and increased by $4 for a total of $11 per credit hour for our service fee. I don't know if President Rowley has anything to add on that. I know that Amy Chili has some real detailed background information on our tuition and fees and how we rank with the rest of the community colleges in New Mexico. And so we're happy to show that if it's the wish of the governing board.
I would just add, Mr. Chair, that as Nick said, we did a careful analysis of the tuition and fees of really all the colleges in New Mexico, but especially the New Mexico Independent Community Colleges. So as you can see, this even raising our tuition would keep us still well below the high, in the lower end of the tuition ranges for all the colleges in New Mexico. We've also looked at the fees for these colleges, and especially in the fees, our fees are considerably lower than most of our peers. We don't raise our tuition on a consistent basis, and I think that given the revenue shortfall that we're inevitably going to experience, that it would be a good thing to be able to show a slight increase in terms of legislative will towards us trying to take some steps to improve our revenue situation by increasing our revenue through tuition and fees a small amount.
This chart, however, Becky, that we're looking at, that's our current tuition and fees, correct?
Right, and there on the bottom, it shows the $49, what it would go to if it were the tuition were increased to 49, from 48 to 49. And then the increases in the in-state and out-of-state, or the in-district and out-of-state.
The thing that concerns me is that we've always, I think, been proud that we're one of the least expensive, and certainly we all feel most comprehensive community colleges in the state. With this change in tuition and fees, we become almost the highest cost community college. The only one charging more is Masonite, and that's because of a $1 fee.
CNM is still higher than we are. San Juan College is going to raise its tuition this year too. San Juan College raises its tuition every other year consistently. So, we're basically about in the middle. It's really difficult to compare us to Luna and New Mexico Junior College because I think they, especially Luna, has some serious revenue problems because its tuition is so low.
Well, I'm looking at CNM as an hourly cost of $65 versus our proposed $71.50. So I'm not quite sure how they're higher than we are.
That doesn't have all of the CNM fees in there.
Well, they have a one-time fee of $45. I see it's a one-time fee.
Right.
And, that's a one-time fee, but let's say you're taking 12 hours, you're still paying $65 an hour in tuition and fees, and we're going to be $71.50. It seems like CNM, and as you say, we don't know what increase they might, their board might approve, if any, but as of right now, it seems like we're the second highest, would be second highest community college in terms of, in terms of tuition and fees.
Mr. Chair, this is Pierre. I have a question. Is these tables here, President Rowley, is it true that these are not reflective of any tuition changes that may happen given the new circumstances? So these community colleges are reflective of their current rates?
Correct. That is correct, Pierre.
So then it's possible that they may also go up.
I know of San Juan's plan to raise their tuition, Board Member Quintana, Mr. Chair, but I'm not sure about the others, but I feel like under the circumstances, it's highly likely that they will.
Mr. Chair, there's also the Opportunity Scholarship Fund and the regular lottery scholarship, which for those students will be able to pick up with no problem any increase, which of course is what the legislature hates, but that will happen.
Yeah, I think certainly no one can argue with a $1 increase in tuition. I have a concern, which I expressed previously, that the $8 in technology fund increase from $2 to $10. Simply comparing what our fees are to other college fees and tuition doesn't, at least my question of what is that extra $8 needed for? I don't mean specifically generally it's needed for technology. I mean, what's it needed for? What are we going to use it for? And that question for me hasn't been answered yet.
Mr. Chair, that increase in that fee would be used for purchasing of new computers, all sorts of hardware, software, different types of technology upgrades that would go directly towards improving student learning.
And the reason I ask that is because that technology fee has a caveat with it that, it can only be used for technology upgrades. And so I was looking to see what specifically those technology upgrades would be with that additional revenue. That's what I.
Mr. Chair, one of the things, there are technology expenses every year that we're not always able to cover. So all of our software programs that we use, for example, our ERP system Banner, they all have automatic increases built into their contracts on an annual basis. And depending upon what the program is, they range from anywhere between 5 and 7%. And so this fee won't even cover that, but it will help.
And then it's proposed also an increase in the service fee. Go back up to the first page, please. To the first page. Keep going. To the cover page. Yeah. Okay. The service fee is also proposed to be increased from $7 to $11. So the question I would have is, what is the service fee for? What does that do, and who gets that money, and what's it for?
I'm going to let Amy answer that one since she knows more specifically where what the fund is attached to.
The service fee is actually, it goes to our general fund is where that one goes to.
Okay.
It handles administrative costs.
Is it some specific services that the people that
It's a general fee. It's a general fee.
So it's just a catch-all. I mean, it doesn't relate, I mean, like, the technology fee relates to technology services. The service fee doesn't, unless I'm mistaken, relate to any particular service. Is that correct?
Remember too, with the technology fee, with the adding on the technology or increasing the technology fee, we will be actually permanently removing a distance ed fee. One of the big things that we've realized as time has gone on is the distance ed fee is no longer specific to certain online classes because the majority of our classes nowadays have an online component. And so we're getting that fee to apply to all classes now, not just to ones that are solely online, because it's no longer classes are solely online to have online components to them.
Right, I understand that. I appreciate that explanation. My question was, the service fee, does that relate to any particular service that we provide, that the college provides?
It's
Mr.
related
Chair, it doesn't relate to any particular service. It's just, it's a cumulative fee for numerous services that we offer that is attached to tuition and goes into the general fund and affects our general revenue.
Okay. I still have a concern that in a time when we're anticipating and budgeting lower enrollment, and in a time when our students are facing financial hardships, and yes, there's an opportunity scholarship, but we really don't know how that's going to play out with the budget problems of the state, that we're proposing such a substantial increase in tuition and fees for the credit. We're just the tuition and fees is an increase of 22% at one fell swoop. It just seems to be excessive to me. And granted, we need to make periodic and probably annual adjustments to our tuition and fees, but 22% in this economic climate seems a hard bullet to take.
Mr. Chair, I think my response to that would be, it is, 22% sounds like a large amount, but when our tuition is as low as it is, even a small tweak to the number is is a proportionally high percentage increase. And the other thing is we will continue to work with our students on assisting them with all of their tuition needs. So we have improved significantly the amount of aid that we're able to give to students for non-tuition expenses in the hope that many of them, if not most of them, can get their general tuition covered either through federal Pell money or through the lottery scholarship, and hopefully something from the Opportunity Scholarship. And then we have created a lot of emergency aid that we're able to give out to students. And then as well, we've also, we just recently distributed over $600,000 in federal emergency aid to students this past week.
And I think those efforts are just absolutely wonderful and commendable. My concern is that students don't necessarily know about those. Those don't appear in the paper or necessarily appear on Facebook or whatever social media they might use. Students are looking, as you, Becky, have said before, and Nick has said, they're looking at the question of, do we really want to go to the college with the problems of the virus is still confronting us? And on top of that, we're saying, we have these uncertainties, and by the way, your tuition and fees are going up by 22%. I just think that that's a 1-2 punch that's hard to swallow.
Well, one of the things, Mr. Chair, that I would say is going to be drastically better for students is that it will be much less expensive to take an online course now than it was previously.
Granted, if we can convince students to take online courses, and that's a question that all the colleges are looking at, and now we're pushing the top of the community college fees and tuition chart, and not the four-year colleges. And I want to make it clear that four-year colleges, community colleges, are a wonderful investment and a wonderful bargain to moving forward, either to a four-year college or to a technical degree. So nobody disputes that. But I want to be competitive in the community college realm as well. Those are the concerns I have.
Mr. Chair, President Rowley, if I may, this is Thomasina. Good afternoon. I'd like to just add that with all those efforts that President Rowley was mentioning a moment ago, we've done very good concerted efforts at reaching out to all of our students in multiple platforms, to include on Facebook, emails, text messages. We've been putting all the information up on all of our websites. So we're really trying to get out to all of our students in a very prompt, efficient, and effective manner for all different types of student types.
And who's speaking, please?
Mr. Chairman, it's Thomasina.
Okay, I didn't see your face, so sorry I didn't recognize your voice. Well, and we appreciate all those efforts. I'm just wondering how much that is impacting decisions by prospective students, and of course we'll find that out in the very near future here. Thank you.
I have a slightly different question about the tuition increase. Can you explain why it was decided to have a fixed amount both for in-state, in-district students and for out-of-district and for out-of-state? Because obviously $1 added, for example, to the out-of-state group is a much smaller percentage than it is the $1 for the in-state students.
Vice Chair Gamble, Mr. Chair, we just, in order to try to keep our tuition as low as we possibly could, while still trying to generate a little bit of revenue, we proposed just a $1 a $1 increase across the board. And I would say that next time that maybe we would be looking at raising our out-of-state tuition a little bit. But again, we want to keep it competitive with all of our peers.
Remember, Mr. Chair, we also have a certain demographic of students that are out of state that are sort of, in the at-risk category. So we do want to be careful with increased out-of-state tuition increases.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And Amy, I think you had pulled up a slide earlier. I'm not quite sure that maybe showed when we had last increased tuition.
Yes, I have that. 1 second, please.
Show that again, please.
You can see on here the last time there was a change in fiscal year 19, and that was $1. And then it was at that time, it was $30 for out of state.
In fiscal year 17, we started the technology fee that was under Randy.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But you'll also notice between 15 and 16 fiscal years, we had a fairly substantial jump. And then again, between 18 and 19, we had a fairly substantial jump. So we've been, I don't know if we've been keeping up, but we've been increasing on a regular basis. Other questions or comments on the proposed tuition and fees for fiscal year 2021? If not, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve those fees presented.
I second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Those in favor say aye. Oh, excuse me. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Chair votes no. Motion is passed. We'll move now to item E, which is approval of the 2021 fiscal year operating budget.
Okay, Amy, do you want to pull that up?
Yep, I'm on it.
And board members and Becky, I'm going to need to leave at this point. So I'd like to ask Vice Chair Gamble to chair the meeting if he will agree. Can I talk you into that, Dr. Gamble?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you all.
Bye, Jack.
Thank you,
Bye,
Jack.
Bye, Jack.
Okay, so this is the operating budget that we essentially discussed in our work session a couple of weeks ago, I believe it was. So this is the budget that we are going to be seeking your approval for today. And this is the budget that, again, does not yet have the cut to our revenue that we know will come with the event of a special session. So there are just some concerns that we talked about last time, including, what we know is probably going to be unprecedented enrollment decline, a large cut to our appropriation due to the prices in oil. We know that we will have expenses that are cut between the enrollment's going to decrease we're projecting a 50% decrease over the summer, a 30% decrease over the fall, and possibly into the spring. And then we also have the possibility, depending upon what the COVID virus does, we could face closures throughout the year, off and on, that we're not really able to predict. Next slide, Amy. So this, again, these are, basically the same thing. So we have to budget into this budget that we're asking approval for the 4% pay increase that the legislature approved during the regular legislative session, knowing that that money is likely to be pulled out. And so we will not implement that pay raise, but it is in the budget for your approval. And then, so the state appropriations are more than likely way overstated in this budget, because we will have to wait until we have the legislative session, we find out what our cut actually is, and then we can recalibrate at that particular point. Next slide. So you can see these are our level of state appropriations for ING over the last several years. The second to the last column on the right indicates what we were originally expecting our state appropriation to do, which was to have a nice increase there. And then the last column is what we anticipate it will look like, which is a significant decline after the legislature meets in June. Next slide.
Was that at the 10% or was that more?
Amy, what'd you figure that one at?
Unmuted. It's at the 25%.
I thought so. Okay, thanks.
So maybe it won't be that bad, but it'll certainly be significantly down. Okay. And again, this is basically the similar slide where you can see what our final FY20 local appropriation, state appropriation, and tuition and fees. So the local appropriation is very steady. The state appropriation is going to be significantly reduced, as well as the tuition and fees. Next slide. So these are some of the things that we can do or must do in order to prepare for these kinds of cuts. And so we're placing the compensation into an exhibit pool not to be implemented. We just increased tuition and fees slightly. We're going to look at class management, which means taking a look at the numbers of students that we have in classes. We won't be raising the limits, but we will be avoiding classes that have really, really low enrollment as much as we possibly can. There will be instances where we will have to, run some of those classes. We're going to avoid subsidizing enterprise type funds with ING funds, which would be the auxiliary services. Focus on savings from unfilled positions. So we're not freezing positions essentially, but because there are some positions that we will need to fill that are considered essential to our functioning, but we currently have over $800,000 in unfilled positions. And so hopefully we can keep a large number of of those positions unfilled and be able to use a significant portion of that money as we are able to fulfill our shortfall. And then we'll have to adjust our adjunct budget to unexpected enrollment decline. So basically, if we don't have students in classes, we won't be hiring people to teach those classes that don't have students. And then we will look at a combination of reductions in force and furloughs as needed. But the absolute first thing that we will start with is not filling positions that we don't need to fill right now, which will give us a significant amount of money to start with. A furlough is we're allowed to do 12 furlough days in a year. That would be one unpaid day for everyone at the college. The savings from furloughs is not as significant as you might think. It's around $80,000 per day if we use a furlough. That doesn't really get us very close to our total. Reductions in force would really start in areas where people are not able to work in their job because of closures and things like that. Next slide. And there's, again, Patty Lundstrom telling us that we need alternative revenues, which we will be working on. So some enrollment assumptions, apparently, there was some talk early on that COVID might stop more during the summer months. Possibly it might, but I think there's absolute expectation that we will see another resurgence sometime in the fall or even later in the summer. So we'll have to deal with, the possibility of lockdowns and disruption to courses and things like that. And it's impossible to predict. All we can do is be ready to move courses online as quickly as we can, should we need to do that. We are going to offer only online courses for the summer 2020 semester. We will be certainly allowing course programs that have lab components and studio components to work with their students during the summer semester, but we'll have to severely restrict the number of students that can come into facilities and really observe the social distancing practices that our state is requiring. And so that, we will not be able to proceed at our normal capacity. We may have to go back to predominantly all online classes for fall and possibly even spring of 2021. It's an unknown right now. We are certainly assuming that we can offer face-to-face classes, but there's a lot of predictability in what we're dealing with right now. And then we're also dealing with the student fear of returning to the public environment of a classroom. A lot of people just don't want to be in a public environment, and we certainly have been instructed not to allow crowds of students to congregate at all. So there is, possibility that normal operations may not resume for a full year. Next slide. So this just shows the fall in credit hours for us historically and what we're expecting it to fall to due to the COVID virus. Next slide. This shows, let's move on to the next one. So we're proposing the $1 tuition increase and the slight increases in our fees. That this chart shows you, okay, right there. This chart shows you our historical jumps in tuition, which have been very slight over the years. And then also the increases in fees that we've had over the past few years. Next slide. The budget requests that we received, that we normally go through. So we received 48 budget requests. $228,000 of those were one-time requests. $1.5 million of those were permanent increases for a whopping total of almost $1.8 million. And so obviously by the time we were looking at those budget requests, we knew that our revenue projections were going to be drastically reduced. So the funding recommendations that we're putting forward are things that have to do with online quality and instruction, student success and the related costs. Many of the budget requests that were originally submitted can be funded from other funding resources such as capital outlay and our technology fee, and they actually should be funded from capital outlay because they're fairly large equipment purchases, and that would be the proper funding source instead of our regular ING budget. So the funded projects are $4,800 to an online tutoring budget, $25,000 to library online resources, $5,400 to the teacher education budget, $2,500 to the dental program for expansion of what they're doing, $500 for a membership for Art on Campus, and then also a budget increase for NPR for online advertising and also their CRM project. So the total that we're recommending funding for is just a little over $58,000, which is, obviously almost nothing compared to the budget the request that we received. I will add to at this point that we do most of the money that is available for federal assistance. The second half of the CARES Act money, which is about $600,000, can only be spent for improvements to online teaching and learning and IT infrastructure. So it's not money that we can just add to our general fund and plug up any other kinds of shortfalls, but we will be able to use that money to pay for some of the areas in online teaching and learning that we were already paying for. So that will also free up some money in our budget for discretionary spending that we wouldn't have otherwise been able to do had we not had that particular grant awarded to us. Next slide.
Hold it. Question about, am I on? Yeah.
Yes.
What is the library online resources?
Mr. Vice Chair, so currently the library doesn't spend as much of its budget as it would like to and as its peers do on resources. This would be mostly subscription services so that students who are working online or even students that are in face-to-face classes, but students will have the ability to use databases that retrieve instruction, articles and even some ebooks and things from different online resources, and students don't have to come to the library to retrieve the materials that they want. So it's all online. And I will add that those subscription services are extremely expensive.
Right.
So this is not all that they ask for, but they need to be able to do more.
Right. I guess it raises for me the general question, given that it is likely that we will be increasing online coursework, no matter sort of what arrangements are made, we're going to be increasing those online courses. And I can't help but wonder about the broader questions of both hardware and software throughout the college to accommodate that increase. So if we had, for example, I don't know, how many classes can we handle online simultaneously with the hardware and the software? And are there funds, federal funds or other funds that might be available for that?
Vice Chair Gamble, we can use the money that we'll be receiving from the CARES Act for part of that. We also do have budgeted increases for IT that make sure that that we do a replacement project and an upgrade projects consistently so that we don't get behind and we don't leave ourselves in a vulnerable position when we do have to ramp up our capacity in online instruction. So yes, those things, those things are being prepared and there will be increases in those areas. And the technology people cover some of that too.
Right. And would that also include training for faculty who want to learn to improve their skills in preparing classes online?
Vice Chair Gamble, yes, it would. The CARES Act money can also be spent for faculty training. We also have our Title V grant, which has a large project on faculty training and building capacity in online instruction. So we should be in pretty good shape.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next slide. Next slide. There we go. So as we're looking again at overcoming the shortfalls that we're going to have in the revenue in our budget, the things that we're looking at are not filling certain vacancies, possibly furloughs according to policy, a reduction in force in different areas according to policy, and then reducing personnel during COVID-19 closures. So for example, if a certain area of the college has to remain closed due to the COVID virus, we will have to reduce personnel in those areas. Hopefully those will be temporary reductions, and then we would be able to bring people back as operations are brought back in most cases. And I will say that at this point, a lot of what we're doing is looking at different scenarios, trying to figure out how much money we can save by, running different scenarios and looking at that. The difficult part though, is that until we know what our state appropriation looks like for the next year, that we really can't do much more than just look at possibilities at this point, and then we'll be able to move forward in a much more concrete fashion once we actually know what number we're looking at. Next slide. So if the governing board does declare a bona fide financial emergency, and we do look at reductions in force, then we do have criteria that we will be looking at in trying to decide how that would be implemented. And so we would look at whether or not the position is essential to the mission of the college, whether it's essential to the instruction or service needs of the college based upon enrollment and community and workforce needs. So, some positions are sort of enrollment driven, whether there are any kind of accreditation requirements attached to a position, whether the essential duties of the position can be performed remotely during campus closures, and then also whether the essential duties can be performed through some sort of a remote learning platform during campus closures, and whether a reduction in workload warrants the elimination of the position, and whether we're able to redirect duties to other employees. So if we had to eliminate a position, that could easily be split up and other positions could assume some of those duties. Whether elimination of the position will improve the department or the program efficiency, and whether or not the economics of the department and the college can support the continuation of this position. So in order for there to be a reduction in forces, all of these criteria will be looked at and will be analyzed, and we will look at this as in an objective manner as we possibly can. If we are looking at two positions in the same work area, then seniority will be used to decide if we have two equal positions and we had to reduce one of them, then we would be looking at seniority to determine which one would stay and which one would have to be phased out. So the regular employees and core faculty members, as much as possible, can be placed into other positions open on the college if they're qualified and positions are open. So we will be following the policy very carefully. After an initial 3 months, they can reapply and be considered for internal positions. The trick is we don't know when we would be able to bring positions back if we have to eliminate positions. So it would depend upon what happens to our enrollment, how much our state funds are reduced. We hear that besides being reduced this year, there is ample reason to think that we could receive a cut to our appropriation next year too. And that's, it's just sort of a devastating position for the college to be into. So what we will do is look at all positions as thoughtfully and carefully and as objectively as we possibly can, and move forward in that pattern. But whatever we do, it will be a combination of approaches. We're considering everything that we can to be able to try to fill the revenue shortfall that we know that we're going to have. Next slide. All right, well, that's not a very positive note to end on, but so that is the presentation of the budget in a nutshell. So I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions or let my experts answer your questions.
Any comments, questions? If not, do I?
Sad day. It's a sad day that we have to, first of all, pass a fake budget just to meet the bureaucratic needs when we really need to be, and you've already started this getting down to what we are going to have to do. And I know that all of us on the board feel that this is going to be really hard for a lot of people at our college because we're going to have to lay people off. and we want to do it in the best way we can and help people get to resources and unemployment and provide as much support as we can going through this.
Absolutely. We want to do all that.
Yeah, so thanks to everybody who's been working on this and figuring out what we do have to do.
Member Chair, or Mr. Chair, Member Siegel, I really have to commend the people that have worked on the budget. Nick and Amy Tilley and Margaret and Yash and I have participated a lot, and Luis Olivas from HR. It's been a lot of hours looking at possibilities, and again, those possibilities don't become real until we know what our number is. So as you said, what we're asking you to approve today is the operating budget based upon House Bill 2, which we know is going to be significantly altered in the next month or two.
Right.
And I do want to echo what Member Siegel and Vice Chair Gamble have said, that I know that this has not been easy work. This has definitely been a challenging time. And I do appreciate how you've laid out the considerations moving forward and how you plan to make the decisions that you're making. I think that is helpful to me as a board member, but I believe that it's also important for the community, both at SFCC and the community at large, to see how these decisions are being made. So thank you for laying that out today.
Yes, tough decisions that you're making under very difficult circumstances, and we appreciate all the work that you're putting into this effort. If there are no further questions, do I hear a motion to accept?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
my name is Ray Morales, a student at the college. I've been listening to the video conference, and I thank President Rowley, the governing board, and all the staff that are working on this very, very difficult situation. My question is this: I have not seen an aggressive campaign by the college to start recruiting students for the fall semester. And please don't tell me to go to the college homepage. You have to get students to the homepage. And what are you doing about getting students to the homepage and to making them aware of the classes?
Okay. I'll waive the usual rule of answering questions to the board and maybe ask President Rowley or Todd Lovato to respond to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to ask Todd to respond to that.
Hi, thank you for your question, Ray, Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley. I, for one, at a future board meeting, would be more than happy to present, a more comprehensive overview about what's happening. Because I am excited about a lot of the efforts that are moving forward. I think just in the same respect that many of us have gone through, we are also as a department kind of emerging from a crisis response mode in terms of just getting, we've kind of had, just like everyone else in terms of adjusting to learning how to deliver, classes and teach in this online environment. As a department, we've also adjusted from the kind of challenges that included the communication of shutting down a campus, managing crisis communications, and then framing this kind of uncertain future under these circumstances. And so right now, we have some really robust discussions taking place that involve, closely looking at the needs of Santa Feans. And as I look at the data and the information, what we're kind of overcoming right now and trying to find a way to be sensitive to is that people are, you know, they're in crisis mode themselves. And so an aggressive campaign from marketing needs to be sensitive to the community college population in the sense of, you know, that we need to, one of the things that makes us beautiful as a community college is our wraparound services and our support as people are kind of navigating the academic side of things. And so our campaign has been kind of dual pronged right now. One campaign moving forward that, you know, we're transitioning to this online and remote learning environment, and another campaign just reminding people that we are there for them. And as we kind of move and increase into, you know, a more targeted, geo-targeted, specific, and digital time, a lot of these ads and things that we are delivering are very, very targeted to segmented pieces of the population who we think are the most have the high likelihood to attend. And so while we, you know, continue to lean on and leverage our traditional advertising channels such as television, we have a campaign that's continuing to run on Comcast TV, also through newspapers and you know, radio. Right now we're embarking and continue to develop you know, more and more sophisticated recruitment marketing and channeling efforts that are very much dedicated to reaching some of these targeted audiences, which include, you know, recent high school graduates, adult learners who are especially going to need to be looking for options and support from the community college as they re-career out of this, you know, this trauma, the greatest unemployment record numbers we've ever seen off the charts. And also, you know, these kind of other areas that we see as people who we can provide services to, including college students from four-year colleges and universities who may be staying home right now and opting out of some four-year in order to take some community college classes, as well as looking outside of our region. If we look in, you know, we've kind of had territories when we've been landlocked through these geographic times, with kind of saying, well, let's not go there because, you know, they serve this area. And well, right now, you know, if you look at your Facebook feed, you'll see you're being delivered ads from all over the state for online classes. And you're also being delivered ads all over the country for online options. And so right now the college is developing plans on how we can, you know, maintain our core mission as a community college and service to our community, while also leveraging our strengths in some of these programs that are more mature in an online format to open and expand that footprint to wider audiences. And that is a, you know, a kind of a whole arm and discussion in of itself. But we're having robust conversations, and you know, I know that probably doesn't directly address Ray's question, but in a future meeting, I look forward to laying out all of the various tactics that we are implementing and how they're rolling out, where they're rolling out, and also report on some of the response and the analytics that we're able to share and some of the support. But right now, I am seeing some strong, you know, bounce back in the sense of we're kind of, aside from the digital side, there's still like tooth and nail bringing in our dual credit students. So a lot of just on the phone, working with the area high schools and looking how we can support these students as everybody across the board adjusts to this new online learning environment.
Thank you very much, Todd. Ray, I just add one comment to what Todd said, namely, as you may have heard throughout the course of this board meeting, the uncertainty of our budgets is just a major factor which limits us in making decisions, certainly for the fall and thereafter. So we're in a period of uncertainty, and that limits our decision making. Thanks very much for your question.
Thank you, George.
Any
Chair?
other?
Mr.
Sorry?
Chair, this is Jody Pugh. Can you hear
Please.
me?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. I just have a question for President Rowley. I know there's a lot of unknowns in the future, but do you have a high-level timeline you could share with us of some of these things, like submitting the budget and then what happens?
Mr. Chair, Member Pugh, yes, so the budget has to be submitted by May 15th, the one that we're asking for your approval on right now. That goes in by May 15th. We expect the special session to take place, we hear June 15th or thereabouts. It's supposed to be a 1 or a 2 day event, so that hopefully I think there's a lot of committee work going on right now, so that they'll be able to, release their budget to us pretty quickly. And then we would hopefully know before the very end of June what we're likely to be dealing with. And then, we would have to, they would give us some sort of a timeline on when we were recrafting our budget, I'm assuming. I've never had this work quite like this before. Then what we would do, so we would, we would be looking at, not filling the positions and moving ahead with our budget as soon as we possibly, can, so that we would go into immediate cost savings mode right away.
I have a question along the same lines. So today we're approving this budget, and then it sounds like we're going to be asked to approve a different budget once the state comes back with their actual budget allotment to higher ed. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Member Quintana, as far as I know, yes, that's the way it would, it might be, some kind of crazy bar or something like that. That might be the formal process, but yes, you'll have to approve something else.
Okay.
Any further questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the fake budget.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second. And all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Budget is passed. Thank you very much. We now
Just
move.
one little housekeeping matter to let you guys know. I will be coordinating with Jack. He will have to sign as the chair. He will need to sign the one form that makes the budget happen. So I will work with Audrey to get that over to Jack to sign.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we now move to item F, approval of the State of New Mexico audit contract. And Dr. Rowley.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tejas. This is his agenda item, so take it away, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, President Rowley. We do have the audit contract that we do at this time of every year. There's certain rules that are put together in the state audit rule, which is regulations over how our annual audit is conducted. And this would be opting for year 2 of a 3-year RFP that was issued to Axiom CPAs and business advisors a few years ago. And so it's year 2 of the options to renew. And the contract is in the exact format that the state auditor requires. It also has been approved by the New Mexico Department of Higher Ed, which is also a requirement for this contract. With that, that's it. I can stand for any questions you might have.
Questions, comments? This is the same auditor that we've had for the past 2 years? Nick?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. No other comments or questions? Do I hear a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the New Mexico audit contract is approved. Now we move to item G, declaration of bona fide financial emergency. Dr. Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've talked about this in some detail. But so what we're requesting is that under policy 4-40, that the board would declare, well, actually, that's not that the board would declare a bona fide financial emergency due to the severe revenue shortfall that Santa Fe Community College is already actually starting to experience. So the combination of the decline in enrollment from the COVID pandemic has already started to cause severe problems for the college's revenue and is only going to continue to cause further problems as we move into summer, fall, and probably spring next year. We're predicting an enrollment shortfall of 50% for the summer, 30% for the fall, and 30% for the spring. That will cause a dramatic downturn in our revenue. And then also because of the state's budget problems, which as Linda informs us now, it's, would you say $7.6 million, $7.6 billion for what our budget was. And now we're going to be close to a $2 billion shortfall over this next year. There is going to be a reduction in our state appropriation once the legislature meets in special session sometime towards the end of June. And so in order for the college to be able to deal with this budget shortfall, we need some flexibility that can only be granted by declaring a financial emergency so that the college has the ability to prepare plans to do things like schedule furloughs or plan implemented reductions in forces. That basically we are going to experience a revenue shortfall between $3 and $5 million dollars. I'm getting the state mixed up with the college. It's between $3 and $5 million. And in order to be able to come up with solutions for that shortfall, we are going to need to declare a bona fide financial emergency to use all of the various options that we have available to us under policy 4-40. So I would be happy to answer any questions that any of you might have about this.
Questions, comments?
I guess my only comment is that we don't have any choice except to do this because there's just not going to be money. And that while the campus remains closed, a lot of those activities that happen only on the campus, we can no longer afford to pay for those. And again, that means a lot of people will have to be laid off and see unemployment, et cetera.
Mr. Chair, Member Siegel, I'm afraid that is likely that folks who are unable to do their jobs at this time, that is likely to be the course that we have to take. But I can assure you that everything that we will be doing this very, as I said earlier, thoughtfully and objectively, and looking at the long-term health of the college as we get through this, because unfortunately, this is not just something that we know in advance exactly how much money we're going to have to come up with. Our enrollment will be an unknown for a while and something that we will have to be able to anticipate as well as we can how to deal with those shortfalls.
Yes, again, President Rowley and all of Nick and everyone else at the college who's been working on this, on our budgets and how to deal with the unknown future. We certainly appreciate all your efforts, and we know that you will in trying to keep the college alive and well. You are also working to do the best we can with all of its employees.
Mr. Chair, that is absolutely the case.
Any other comments, questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. Just kind of having worked at the college during the last financial crisis that we had that was not related to a pandemic and having to react after the fact, I feel that this is the best step forward to be as proactive as possible so that we're not reacting to something very similar to the way we had to react to things in March. And so as difficult as this is, it does feel like the most proactive approach that we can take at this time, with the hope of going back to somewhat of a normal running of the college as soon as we get through this crisis. So yeah, again, thank you for outlining how you're planning to approach it, and also just for thinking through this very difficult process.
Other comments?
I do have a question about that. President Rowley, you said we got $600,000 in aid to students, which I guess flowed through us and we distributed. I thought there was also some additional money there that the college might be getting. Is that not correct?
Mr. Chair, Member Siegel, yes, so the college will also receive it. Our total appropriation through the CARES Act was supposed to be, I can't remember if it was 1.2 or 1.3 million. And so we got the first half was required to be distributed as direct aid to students. And so Thomasina and her staff came up with a really solid plan, and they've already made those awards. And then we will receive the second half soon, and that money has to be used for upgrading online teaching and learning, training faculty, IT type infrastructure projects.
Great, so that can help us improve our online presence.
Absolutely.
Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the declaration of a bona fide financial emergency.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
I hear a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? We have declared a bona fide financial emergency. Okay. Moving on to agenda item H, approval of the welding lab renovations and upgrades. And President Rowley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to let Mr. Tejas walk us through the highlights for the welding project.
Okay, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley. I'll just introduce this. We have Henry Mignardo, our AVP for Facilities and Operations, that can really help with the specificities on this item, but what we are doing here is we have a project that's over $500,000. And when a construction project ends up exceeding that $500,000 level, it has to be taken according to the regulations, has to be taken to the New Mexico Department of the Higher Education Department. And so that's what we're asking the board to do today. We have the forms that were in your packets, quite lengthy, but that's all the information that the board should approve so that we can make sure we take this project to HED. And with that, Henry, if you have anything to add on, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Chairman, members of the board, President Rowley, thank you so much, Nick, for the introduction. Yes, you all are familiar with this project. It's the Santa Fe Community College Well and Lab Equipment Upgrades Project. I'll be very brief on this project because you have seen it before. This project was approved by you all at the February 26th meeting, and this is the reason to bring it back to you. It's, if you will, please go to page 2. So, page 2, Mason, of the forms there.
How do I know which one is H2?
It's right on the bottom of the page there. You're on page 6 now. That's page 7 there.
Which page are you after?
Page 2.
Oh, I thought you said H2. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Page 2. I'm sorry.
I'll go backwards now. Sorry. Hope nobody's getting car sick.
Now we're good. Just on the bottom there, it says revision. So Santa Fe Community College received 2 quotes for the project from CES vendors that were over the amount budgeted for the project. Best and final quotes were requested and provided by both vendors. Still, the lowest quote and final quotes came in more than the 10% higher that had been formally approved by ATD. So therefore, we have to take the project back to ATD, and that's the reason for asking you all to reapprove the project. If we would jump to page 8 now, Amy. It's again at the bottom of the form. So this project was originally estimated by our architects engineering firm at 482.68. And after we went out and got construction estimates, and we're noticing that there's a number of reasons, one of them being COVID-19, that we're seeing these estimates coming a little higher. The project cost for construction, including all design and taxes, is now $604,484.29, which is about $121,000 above the original estimate from our architect engineering firm. So we're asking for a reapproval of $4,000, $484.29. And as indicated on the next page, which is the same total there, this project would be paid for from our local general obligation bond funds 2019. And based on your approval today, we have already been resubmitted. These projects have already been resubmitted to HED. We answered all their questions, and it will be heard at the May 13th meeting. We just got the agenda today.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just add on and kind of highlight and underscore what Henry just said there. I know there might be some confusion out there, maybe with some members of the community that aren't familiar with capital projects, but the dollars that we have for capital projects are entirely restricted, especially those funds that come from local bond appropriations. They're entirely restricted only for facility types projects and cannot be used for operational projects. The budget that you approved earlier was challenged due to the operational issues. These dollars are only for capital project facility, brick and mortar type things. And it's really important to make that difference there because we can't use these funds for anything else other than these types of projects.
And thank you, Nick. And just one last parting comment. I've gone back to a lot of our contractors. We have a number of projects on campus currently, and asked them, what's the outlook and what are some of the reasons for some of these costs going up? And we were already facing labor cost increases even before the COVID-19. There's a major shortage of skilled trades. The coronavirus clouded the whole thing now, and construction costs projections are going up. There's the cost of manufacturing seems to be going up, and also material deliveries are taking much longer. So those are some of the attributes as to why we're seeing these increased costs. With that, we'll stand for any questions, and of course, we would require the president to sign approval. So that's the certification that will be required when we go to HED on May 13th.
Thank you, Henry.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. So Henry, once this is approved, how long before we actually start the work?
Actually, once this is approved, we'll get the notice to proceed released from our purchasing agents, or from our purchasing CIO. And then it's really just a matter of time of contacting the contractor, and we'll be ready to start and hit the ground running within 2 to 3 weeks.
And,
okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair and Board Member Siegel, we actually have a contract that is on this agenda for today for you to approve associated with this with this project that will help expedite all of that.
What's the next item on the agenda?
That's correct.
Any other questions, comments? This Henry, this certainly fits in with the work that we have been doing with the labs regarding their support for welding. Is that correct?
Chairman, board members, and President Raleigh, absolutely. This is right in line with the work we're doing with the labs. It is a skilled trade. And so we've noticed a huge increase in our students. And this is going to provide 8 more welding stations so we can graduate a number more students and start getting those students hired up at Los Alamos and other welding.
Okay, thank you, Henry. Any other comments, questions? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the renovations and upgrades?
Move to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? And it is approved.
Thank you all.
Now we move on to the next related item, item I, approval of the renovation design build contract. And Henry, do you want to take us there and go through that, or Nick?
Sure.
Go right ahead, Henry.
Okay, actually, I'm just going to highlight, as Nick described earlier, this is the actual contract to construct. So this contract was prepared by our chief purchasing officer, and this contract will coincide with the project that was just approved, and we'll get this to our vendor, and this is what allows us to begin construction. And with regards to the contract, I'll ask John to give us any insights or highlights on the contract.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, President Raleigh, So this is a standard AI document that the board has approved in the past. As Henry stated, it was prepared by our architect for the project quotes that were received from the contractors. We did go out, like Nick said, for best and final from those contractors, try to adjust the price down more significantly. But for everything Henry stated, it is the cost that we will have to pay. Beyond that, I'll stand for any questions regarding the contract.
Questions, comments? Hearing none, I await a motion to approve.
So moved.
So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Okay. And all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, it's been approved. Thank you very much. We have approved the welding lab design build contract. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you
Okay.
all.
Moving to the next agenda item, the approval of the main power distribution project contract.
That would be
Now, Nick.
Yes, okay, Mr. Chair and board members, President Rowley. This is a critical project. It's time sensitive, and so that's why we're bringing it to you today. It's really related to all of the transfer switches and emergency generators and switch gear panel boards, as you see in the board agenda description of the project. Again, this project will be paid for by the local general obligation bond, which again is restricted for capital projects such as this only and cannot be used for any other expenditure other than a brick and mortar facilities, equipment, construction type project. With that, Henry, I don't know, or John, if you have anything to add, feel free to do so.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I'll just step in just for a moment. Again, this project did not require submission to HED because it is equipment. And this will allow us to upgrade our main switch panel, which is just north of the campus, and it is tied to our generator. That, if you may or may not recall, but in 2017, we had a significant lightning strike and we had a major power failure. We were able to provide a temporary power panel, and that was done in 2017. This now will take and replace that temporary power panel with a main switchboard, and we'll bring the college up to current code with regards to our electrical power distribution. This is, as Nick mentioned, a critical project, but not only does it upgrade our main power distribution, but it also ties into our automotive technology center and allows them to take a leg off of that main panel to power our ATC facility. So this is a very critical project, and it's going to serve the college probably for the next 25, 30 years. And with that, I'll hand it over to John for any specific questions with regards to the contract.
How does this work fit in with the work that we're doing with Siemens?
Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Rowley, thank you for that question. These are switch panels and they have no moving parts, so there is no cost savings. And so this fits directly to the work that Siemens is doing because they'll be taking the power from this distribution panel and powering a lot of our moving part projects that are included in theirs, as well as the lighting. But from a cost savings perspective, we're swapping out an electrical panel and all of its switch mechanisms, and there is really no cost savings. It's just a matter of an infrastructure upgrade that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll entertain Motions to approve the main power distribution project.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve.
And a second?
Second.
I hear it second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Good.
We're
All those
waiting.
opposed? Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you all so much. We totally appreciate it.
So we've approved the main power distribution project. Okay, and we get down to item K. And now we will hear from, on the massage therapy degree program, Dean Landon.
Yes. My camera on? I
I
can't
think
tell.
you're muted. You're muted, Jenny.
Sounds like you're on
Good
a
evening,
delay.
everyone. Am I? I'm mute.
You good?
No, I'm not. It's green. Okay.
Yeah, we
How
can hear you.
how about now?
Yes, everything's good.
What's
Now
that?
you're muted.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Good.
All right. Good evening, Mr. What?
Whoops.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not touching anything. I don't know what's happening. Good evening, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley. As you recall, some time ago, we presented, and I should also make sure that you all are aware that my chair for the School of Fitness Education, Uta Jensen Kerr, is here as well to present this with me. You all will recall that we came to you all not that long ago to get our certificate, our new certificate in massage therapy approved, which it was. And we now have a state approval from the State Massage Board and HED, and we had sent off our certificate to the Higher Learning Commission. They just met, I was told, last week. And so we should be getting final word, but we don't see that there's going to be a problem with it. We'll just be glad when she'll. During the time after we got the certificate through, Uta began working with her faculty on adding an associate in applied science for the degree in massage therapy. And so that's what we would like your approval today. It has already gone through, been vetted by our curriculum committee and our learning assessment committee. And so we bring it here for you to approve so that we can then submit it to HED. I stand for any questions. And Luke, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Sure. Since it's almost 6 o'clock and everybody wants to go home. Good evening, Vice Chair and Governing Board. Nice to see everybody. And I know the timing seems to be odd to offer a massage therapy certificate. So we changed the curriculum to be online for fall semester and potentially even for spring semester. So I just wanted you to know that. We have students already interested. We're holding the slots because we're waiting for the HLC approval of the program, which met, that committee met on Wednesday, and we're supposed to hear next week about it.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. So how many semesters is the associate degree? So 4?
How many semesters? 4.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, 4 semester, 2 years. The certificate is 1 year, and then it's 1 year of general education.
Okay. So hopefully after the first or second semester, people will be able to begin hands-on.
Well, we have to wait what the governor says, obviously, like everybody else's. I just know that people will need more massage than ever once this is over.
I agree with that.
In a perfect scenario, they would start in the fall and do their practicum free massages for everybody the following summer. So it's typically about 3 semesters.
Okay.
And they could start working.
So on a similar topic, how are the OT assistant, PT assistant research? How is that going?
Well, it is still on our radar with that. With everything else that's happened, we have not completed the needs assessment. We just don't, I mean, I don't see how we can possibly do anything this next year with our financial situation.
They're both.
But we will still, yes, they are, but we will definitely still proceed in terms of the needs assessment now that we've sort of gotten our feet on the ground with this whole change in online learning. So I am confident, Member Siegel, that we will be able to get the needs assessment done this summer.
Great.
Mr. Chair, Dean Landon, I have a question about, I don't know a lot about
What else
license.
do we have to do?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know a lot about licensing and employment for this particular career track. So can you help me understand the difference between the certificate and the AAS and how that changes either licensing or employment opportunities for a student?
Should I talk to that since I've been more on the ground with this program?
Rita, do you want to start with that?
Yes. Can people hear me all right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The degree, the AAS, will not change employment opportunities, to be honest. The certificate is 650 clock hours, and that would be accomplished in 1 year. I did a needs assessment last summer, which showed an overwhelming need in therapists, and that was, I think, before you were on the governing board, and I'd be happy to submit that again. Of course, things have changed, and one can only hope that it changes again. The AAS was an idea also for students, so they would be eligible for financial aid, to be honest, because it's not necessarily guaranteed if they're just declaring a certificate that they are eligible for financial aid. And of course, we want the completers as well.
So the certificate is not a financial aid eligible certificate, but that guarantees a student the appropriate amount of credit hours and clock hours in employment and licensing. But the AAS, the only advantage to the student is that they would be eligible for financial aid.
Yeah, there's currently not a 4-year degree in massage therapy, not that I know of.
Okay. I think my only concern there is just the over-credentialing where we are adding programs. I get the need for financial aid, but adding programs that don't have a real impact on a student's ability to gain employment. So that would be the only concern that I would express with this program.
If I could respond to that. Can you all
Please do.
hear me okay?
Yep.
Mr. Chair, Member Quintana, I think the value also lies in the fact that, I mean, here we have a very marketable certificate where students can
Jenny, you're fading.
Yeah, Jenny, your connection is not good.
And yes, part of our rationale for adding degree is so that they can be financially supported, it can be supported through the certificate. who may actually, any of that? I'm going to move to a different room. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's better.
Can you? Okay, I really apologize. I'm not sure what's going on. How much of that did you hear?
Not too much.
Not much.
Okay, well, let me just back up. I want to say that while the value of the certificate of the degree is to, yes, have this very marketable, employable certificate nested in the degree for financial aid purposes, going through the associate degree also creates a pathway for students who may actually find that they, while they're working as a massage therapist, that they actually are inspired and motivated to continue on to see what their four-year options are. And because of the Gen Ed credits attached to this certificate, they have the ability to potentially go on to a four-year degree with taking those transferable Gen Ed credits with them.
Okay.
Okay.
And then just a follow-up to that. So the AAS is not intended for transfer, correct? So the gen eds that they are taking would be on a course by course basis. So this doesn't feed into a bachelor's degree. Is that right? Like directly into one?
That is correct to my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you.
So if someone if someone decided, for example, they really were interested in nursing, they wanted to they find that healthcare field is interesting, they would have the gen ed classes that would transfer, but that would be it.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And then one other question, Jenny, you mentioned earlier that the certificate was not financially eligible. And is that because was there a request submitted to the feds asking for it to be considered and it was declined, or has it not gone through that process?
Well,
we were told to just hold it because we're waiting HLC approval. So we can't really do advertisement. We can't do this. We can't do that. However, Shirley Villalpando applied for the funding by, Jenny, help me out. I can never say it right.
What, the Wyoa folks?
Yeah, Viola. I always say Wui. Yeah, Viola.
So this is WIOA eligible because it's a bright outlook?
Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Uta, Jenny, thank you.
Just on that point about the gen ed courses, and there's also some other health courses that people have to take, biology and anatomy or something. Wouldn't they have to take those for the massage degree?
Yes, Linda, they do. It's special anatomy and physiology for massage therapy, and that's mandated by the accrediting body because there have to be other factors in it. But they still have to take 4 credit hours of science on top of that for the AAS.
Yeah, so all of that would apply to another degree.
Yes, I think you have the documentation of the AAS with the classes, but I can also look it up. I would say 80% of the classes for the AAS would be transferable.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the AAS massage therapy degree program?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Got a second? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. It is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're getting down near the end.
Yay.
So now we have board reports, discussion, other business. President Rowley, do you have anything that you wish to add?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would like to add is that we will be meeting next week to finalize our plans for the reopening of the college in a phased approach. So we will be following along with the guidelines that the Higher Education Department has come up with, which of course are in keeping with the governor's guidelines, that will include a phased approach, which would be a gradual opening unless things change between now and the week after next, a gradual reopening with not as many people on campus, all online classes for the summer, masks for everyone in all common spaces on campus, temperature checks at the entrances. We will only have restricted entrances so that people can't come in, at all kinds of crazy access points, and see how that goes. And then, there will be strict protocol for us to report if we have a reported case of COVID at the college. And then we will gradually open the college to more access to students, probably mid-June if everything goes okay with this phased in opening. But we will be getting that plan to you next week after we get a draft of it together. And it's pretty much done, but it needs to be all put in the same place.
And is this something you're doing with HED?
HED has already come up with their plan and it has been given to all of us. And so we have a little bit of latitude, but not really that much. So we'll just make it, Santa Fe Community College.
And of course, the governor has to decide what she's going to do by May 15th, whether we're expanding or not.
So that could change. We're assuming she's going to keep it, but I don't know. We'll be ready either way.
Right.
And that's all I have on that.
We'll love to see that.
Yeah.
Does anyone else, any other board members have anything to report or discuss?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for President Rowley. I've been seeing the advertisements for Restart New Mexico, and I noticed the independent community colleges are tagged on that advertised. So I went to the HED website. Can you talk a little bit more about what that effort is and that campaign?
Sure. So, Mr. Chair, Board Member Quintana, the New Mexico Independent Community Colleges decided to fund an advertising campaign with some of the money that we have in our fund balance. And we did collaborate with actually it was our initiative, first of all, and then we did the 4 years and the branch campuses also joined in on that. But the idea was that we wanted to promote online learning for students as a really great opportunity during this time when people are either stuck at home or their future is a little bit uncertain right now, and that we have a lot of really great courses and programs available online throughout the state.
Thank you.
Any other comments, discussion items? If not, I just have one item that I would like to raise, and it's certainly in line with much of the discussion we've been having at this meeting. And that is how the community college is going to get to the new normal. What is the new normal? I'm certainly impressed with what President Rowley and the people, the executive team at the college have been doing regarding all these plans regarding how to proceed. What I'm wondering about is something beyond the working for what's happening in the summer, what's happening in the fall, rather thinking about how is this coronavirus going to change things in a larger sense? What kind of needs are there out in the community? What kind of things are students thinking about? And interestingly, as all of you may have seen, just last week, there was a survey that was sent out to students to learn more about what they're experiencing as a part of their new online classes. And I'm thinking it would be good to find out what faculty are thinking along those lines and what community people are thinking. How do they see the community college as a continuing institution? So one of the things I'd like to do, I'd like to suggest to President Rowley that she devise a plan for learning more, for surveying, for interviewing more people outside students, faculty, community about, again, more sort of what are they thinking about in terms of the community college, their interests, what kind of changes do they want? Of course, now we have the other issue that's coming up, which is the Midtown campus. It seems a very appropriate time to get people talking about some social, cultural changes and what does that mean to them. So I've not spoken with President Rowley about this previously. I think I may have mentioned something earlier, but I'm just proposing this as an idea, again, to learn something. You know, we're in uncertain times. I think there are many people, community people, faculty, students, who may be interested in talking about their visions for the future. And again, it's not the operational stuff. I think President Rowley and the executive team, they are consumed appropriately with all the operations. And I'm not talking about the operation. I'm talking about bigger visions of the future. So that's sort of an idea. And I'll
Mr. Chair, well, we will work on that, and we will have a report for you all. I spent probably the first month of this quarantine thing doing strategic planning meetings for about 3 hours a day with different community leaders, asking them those very questions that you just asked me. So I have probably a better than average source of information right now, or amount of information right now. And we did do a student forum about a week ago, but we will continue to do more of those because I think that we need to hear from them on a regular basis.
Right. And the faculty, and of course, board members.
Yes, absolutely.
Board members, not only the governing board, but also the foundation board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just, again, it seems a very appropriate time for people are thinking about what's the new normal? What is a community college? How does it work in this new environment? And I'd be happy to, at any time, sort of share ideas or be a part of any effort to design things.
Okay, well, we will move ahead on that as we work through all of this.
Okay, great. And I'll share with you some written material, a little outline of ideas. Okay, any other comments, questions, discussion? What's everyone having for dinner tonight? Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
1,
Okay.
2, 3 in favor. Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank
you.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.